And then there were two. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. WHAC Tournament Final on the AQ Sports Network, the Northwestern Ohio Racers and Indiana Tech. And we're just about ready to get underway. First pitch in there for a strike. Rather, it's outside. Ball one. One ball and no strikes. Give you a look. Those offensive alignments. Sinjan Bobolia, the start for Uno. He runs one low and inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Logan Ryberchuk back in the leadoff spot as he's been all week. He's out in right field. Noah McEldowney is at shortstop batting second. Ferguson is at second. He bats third. 2-0 is a heater on the inside half called a strike. 2-1. Jordan Malott is in the cleanup spot. He's the DH for Luke Huerta, who's fifth at third. 2-1. Lifted foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Colton Thorpe in the sixth spot. He's at catcher. Bottom three look like this. Garrett Rainey out in center. Jaden Miller in left field. And then Quinn Seafelt is in the ninth spot at first base. Against Sinjan Bobolia, 6-0, a 3.07 ERA on the mound for Uno. 2-2. Just misses the outside half with a changeup. 3 balls and 2 strikes. WHAC's second team honoree, the kid out of San Diego, California, in his junior season. The 3-2. Hit up the middle, and it sneaks into center. Good start to this one for Indiana Tech. Ryberchuk, who was 0 for 4 in that last game, gets on with a base knock to start off the game. McEldowney will bat next.
I do find it interesting, Nate, that Indiana Tech has made several changes to their lineup from game 1 to game 2.
We'll talk on some of those changes here in a moment. Can also give you a look at the defensive alignment as well. McEldowney cuts the first one he sees, fouled off very quickly. The defense, left field Impson, Hill in center, Freeman out in right. And the infield Tukes at third base for Otero at short. Watson second, Matheson at first base. Feliciano is back behind the plate, and again, Bobolia on the mound. Kicking the 0-1. Grounded to the right side. Watson to second, 1 on to first. They got them both. 4-6-3. Uno grounds it up. And there are 2 away here for Jack Ferguson.
You know, Nate, well, we have a minute early in the game. I've been waiting to do this all tournament, and I hadn't done it. But seeing Bruce Doan here, the head of officials, made me think of it. We have absolutely got spectacular umpiring this entire week, both here at Cornerstone and at Rockford at the Myers Complex.
Jack Ferguson watches the first pitch miss outside. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the first inning. It's true. It's not an easy job either. There's been a lot that's cycled in and out for this tournament. Ball runs outside, 2-0, and talk about a job where sometimes you feel maybe a little unappreciated at times. That's certainly one of them, so big thanks to all of them. 2-0. Lifted foul off to the left side, up and out of play as Tukes will watch it soar out. It's a thankless position for the most part.
Indeed, and as he pointed out, this was a very interesting fact. If you watched our first game earlier today, that interference play at second, they looked at our replay, and he said he was right.
Lifted foul left side, 2-2, standing up for his guys, and obviously with what we're doing and what the capabilities we have, if we had more manpower, we would do replay and stuff like that, but just calling it as we see it is Bobolia, that is, misses low and away, 3-2. Thought maybe we would see Dan Healy get the start in this one, but Bobolia trying to carry the load as this one's up the middle. Good pick at short by Otero, and on to first for out number 3. Good start to the game. Bobolia goes 1-2-3, but he takes the detour on the way to the 1-2-3 inning. Bottom of the first coming up. Northwestern Ohio will pick up the bats when we return here on the AQ Sports Network. Welcome back. Bottom of the first inning here in the WHAC championship game. Northwestern Ohio, who's been spotless through the tournament. Of course, not without a few scares along the way. We'll pick up the bats here. Joscar Feliciano will bat first here for Uno. He's the catcher. Eliamar Otero is second. He's at shortstop. Noah Matheson is at first base. He bats third. By the way, Dale Jorgensen across the way. He's ready to roll here in the bottom of one. First pitch. Fouled off. Right side, up and out of play. No balls and one strike. Seth Freeman in the cleanup spot. He's out in right field. Devin Tukes is at third base. He's fifth. Eric Brown in the sixth spot at DH. Last three, Eric Ibsen in left field. Noah Hull in center. Jake Watson at second base. He bats ninth. The 0-1. Outside from Jorgensen. 1 ball and 1 strike. Another appearance on the mound here for Dale. 7.09 ERA on the season. 3-0, 26 and 2/3 innings pitch. Facing what can tend to be a murderer's row. The top part of this lineup for Uno. Beautiful breaker. Spins it in for a strike. It's 1-2. Again, Joey, we talked about sometimes the momentum of playing a game earlier in the day than having another one later can sometimes give you a boost. Jorgensen trying to take advantage of that.
Well, definitely, you already got the blood flowing. You've played a tight game.
1-2. Oh, and what a grab. In the on-deck circle, Otero.
Yeah, but not the igloo lady.
She's gone. I don't see the igloo lady anymore. I would still like one of those, by the way. There's got to be a good deal on Amazon somewhere.
We know what to get Nate for Christmas.
Feliciano awaits the 1-2. And he serves it up the middle to Ferguson. 1 down.
It is so interesting, and they've done it all tournament and all year, with Feliciano being one of the better catchers in the conference, and he's a leadoff hitter.
That is so bizarre. I've never seen that before, but there is also something to be said, and you said this during the first game, with analytics and with how things are now, a lot of lineups don't look conventional, and one of the things we've seen specifically in Major League Baseball is leadoff power hitters, which I always find interesting. I think, what was it, Kyle Schwarber that led Major League Baseball in leadoff homers last year, and certainly that helped out the Phillies, and Feliciano, we know, has a lot of power. So does this man, Otero. Finds himself in a 1-ball, no strike count. Wearing the pink gloves here today. He grounds one foul to the right side, 1-1. Another WHAC first-teamer here for Uno. 404 on base, hitting .357. I can also give you a look at that defense here in a moment. Give you to it after the next pitch. Breaker misses outside, 2-1. Left to right in the outfield, Miller, Rainey, and Ryberchick. On the infield, Huerta at third. Mikkel Downey at shortstop, which will be a mouthful to say as we go along here tonight. Ferguson at second, Seafeld at first. Thorpe back behind the plate, and again, Jorgensen on the mound, the 2-1. Misses outside. Another good breaker. Tried to backdoor him. Couldn't quite get it there, though, 3-1. Jorgensen does have a good curveball. He can spin it in there. You see him going to it early and often here against Uno. Otero awaits the 3-1. Fastball, good spot for it, 2 in at the knees, 3-2. If Uno were to win here today, it would be the third time they've been undisputed champs in the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference. Last time in 22, first time coming in 2017. Full count. Low and away, Otero draws a walk.
Going back to that defensive alignment right now, you got to wonder what's wrong with Morrison, who has played shortstop all week, and why he is not in the game.
Yeah, and that you can say the same on both sides. You almost have to wonder, because you brought up an interesting point earlier. Watkins isn't back behind the plate for Indiana Tech. Now, mind you, there's a lot of wear and tear when it comes to catchers, but there is something to be said about maybe conserving a couple of bodies. As oddly as that may sound, here's Matheson. Watches one miss outside 1-0 because both teams have punched their ticket already. So in one way or another, the ultimate goal of getting to Idaho is already there. So not to say that this game doesn't matter. Certainly it does, and anybody would be willing to hang their hat on a WHAC tournament title, especially these two teams, which combined with Madonna, have kind of controlled things in the WHAC over the last decade or so, but maybe there's a little bit of that going on too. Another check for Jorgensen over to first base, because I agree with you. It is odd to see that.
Well, I mean, it's the championship game. Now, whether, and I'll talk about that later in this contest, going back to the very first game of the tournament.
Kicking the 1-0. Good breaker. Outside, Black called a strike, 1-1.
But this is funny, and I'm going to just use Uno for a while. Talking to some of their players, they were a little beat up. They had run the course. They were going to use the tournament to kind of get healthy, and yet then they kept winning in spite of not giving their best effort, and I think that changes things.
1-1, runs inside, and it's to the backstop. Thorpe couldn't corral it. Palomar Ortero on a pass ball up to second base. Thank you, Joey Sutherlin.
Sorry. I don't have the Mike Dean cards right now, or we don't have the window to flash in between us here.
Of course, when Joey's normally scoring games, he'll call it out loud when it happens, so that's typically something he'll do. Is Matheson will now bat with a man on second and one away. Chance to score here for Uno. 2-1. Well, high and outside. Thorpe corralling it. Jorgensen trying to find the zone 3-1. We talked about Uno has gone through this tournament unscathed, but not without scares. You go back to day number 1. They faced off with Siena Heights. Backs to the wall in that ball game. 3-1. In there, first strike, good spot for the changeup, 3-2. But we're trailing in that game by a run going into the bottom of the 9th of that ball game. Ended up coming back to win it in extras, and that was against the 8th seed in Siena Heights. So keep that in mind. They are beatable.
And that's the game I was going to talk about later. In
Full
fact,
count. In the dirt, ball 4. Matheson draws a free pass. And this team, who was second in the WHAC and on-base percentage, gets a few of them here for Seth Freeman with just one gone.
Now there's officially one more walk than there was in the entire first game.
Went an hour and 50 minutes between Indiana Tech and Concordia, mostly because it was a pitcher's duel throughout. Tech did what they needed to get by. Seth Freeman watches one down low. First pitch misses 1-0.
But going back to that first game, when it was 1 versus 8 in Siena Heights, who led, they would be up by 2. Then Uno would hit a 2-run homer.
Yep.
Get back up by 2, repeat.
A seesaw. Next pitch, breaking ball outside half, called a strike.
But
1-1.
I'm sorry. At the time, it was all the long ball. Like you just didn't see them executing like we've seen the rest of the tournament. Then they win it, and all of a sudden that next game, they're playing a whole different level of baseball.
The 1-1. In there at the knees, called a strike, 1-2. Freeman, 273 hitter, 422 slugging. He's been solid in the middle of that lineup for Uno. And again, the biggest component of this team is their depth. They are just so deep. Can attack you in so many different ways. It feels like they're in a league of their own some days. Check back to second before the 1-2, and he's back in time goes Otero. Does have good speed. We've seen Indiana Tech again try to burn teams with those double steals and getting guys in motion. Wouldn't be shocked to see that here again, but of course you don't want to make the third out at third base. 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Lifted to left. Miller coming in, and he's got it. Had to break on that one quickly, but he makes the grab 2 gone here for Tukes.
And that's a great point, Nate, is these guys, they can beat you in a pitcher's duel. They can outpower you. They can win that game like against Aquinas, though, when they beat him earlier, and where Aquinas scored 7 in the 6th inning to have them come back and score 9 in the bottom half.
Devon Tukes with 2 gone and 2 on. Outside half. Called strike 0-1.
But they're such, as you said, a deep team, and they can play so many different styles of baseball.
Right. They went bombs away in their last game against Madonna. What can they do here in the bottom of the first? 0-1, a cut and a miss. Jorgensen spins it in, no balls and 2 strikes. And pitching, for the most part, has helped propel Indiana Tech to this point. You take a look back at their last game, Grant Besser, with arguably, I would say, the best pitching performance I've ever seen inside of this building. And I've done a lot of games in here. That was something to witness. Complete game shutout, 11 strikeouts to go with. The 0-2. Fouled off. Jorgensen will have to go again here at no balls and 2 strikes, but he was just in complete control really beginning to end, and kind of circles back to your point, Joe, about how important it was just getting to this game, and they kind of treated that first one accordingly.
Well, you know your win, you're in on that one, so
yeah.
This is icing on the cake.
The 0-2. Takes it down low. Good spot that time for Jorgensen, 1-2, but of course, on the other side for Indiana Tech, looking to be back-to-back WHAC tournament champions. So it's a matchup between two programs who, historically speaking, at least since 2017 for UNO and then really all time for Indiana Tech, have really run things in this conference. The 1-2. Got him. Good heater, high and away. Tukes goes down swinging, and Jorgensen gets out of the bottom of the first with a 0 spot. No scores. We go to the second. AQ Sports Network. No scores. We roll on to the second inning. WHAC Tournament Championship game here on the AQ Sports Network. Nate Wangler, Joey Sutherlin, in what could be the final game. More on that in a moment. Babolia delivers a first pitch breaking ball that misses outside. Jordan Malott, Luke Huerta, Colton Thorpe, Joey Sutherlin. I know that in the name of superstitions,
oh boy,
this one's golf to left center field, and it is down. Snagged by the left fielder in Ibsen. His throw back in is cut off. Stand-up double for Malott here in the second.
By far the most dangerous batter in the lineup for the Warriors, and he does what he does best. And I talked about this in the first game today. These guys don't look like they're trying to swing out of their shoes. They are just making good, solid contact and let the hits fall where they may then.
Letting the bat do the work. Had an RBI knock in the first game, did Malott. Now adds that double here in this ballgame. Haven't seen any long balls here today. Here's Luke Huerta with a man on and nobody gone. First pitch. Breaker in there for strike 0-1. I do have to give UNO their credit, though. They have one of the better websites in terms of some of the profile stuff that they do on some of their baseball players. And Babolia's section is pretty fun. The 0-1. Nice pitch. Cutter low and away. Gets a swing and a miss 0-2. His favorite food is a California burrito. What makes a California burrito different?
I was just going to ask you that. I think it's probably no meat.
Maybe. He kicks the 0-2. Check swing on a pitch that runs away. Good take, 1-2. Favorite athlete ever, Kobe Bryant. That's understandable, being a Cali kid, Southern Cali kid. His favorite thing about Uno is the baseball program. That's deep. The 1-2. Ripped right side, and it's off the glove of Watson. Malott into third, and a base knock here for Huerta. Look at the middle of this lineup putting it together. Huerta 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. He has his third hit of the day.
And I was just about to say, when it looked like that Watson was going to make the catch, they have been aligned so perfectly. They do take a lot of pride in their ability to position the infield and the outfield respectively. And on that one, it looked like they had it played perfectly. He just couldn't quite get the ups.
Colton Thorpe to bat. First delivery to him. In there for a strike right down Main Street with that fastball 0-1. Runners on the corners, nobody gone here in the second. Haven't seen Thorpe yet. At least I personally have not seen him in this tournament. So Indiana Tech really doing a lot to mix up that lineup, try to throw a different look at Uno. Thorpe has played in 10 ball games this year. Hasn't gotten nearly as many ABs. But you only need one to give him a lead here with nobody away and someone 90 feet away. The 0-1. Fastball runs up high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I don't know if it showed there, but he did pinch hit in the Aquinas game on Thursday.
For what it's worth, Tech does have some options on their bench if they need to go to him in a pinch. 1-1. Good breaker. Oh, slices over the heart of the plate. 1-2.
Have you been impressed, as I have, Nate, about the teams we've seen today, throw in Concordia as well, who just don't fear having runners on base?
Willing to attack. Baboli is 1-2. Runs away 2-2. And what maybe is surprising me a little bit more, and maybe it's out of an abundance of respect for what this Uno team is, no double steals, nothing, no funny business here, which is maybe, I guess, a little surprising to me. 2-2. Chopped right side, and it sneaks into right field. Matheson couldn't corral it. Huerta's at second base. They go station to station as Thorpe delivers an RBI single and gives Indiana Tech a 1-0 lead.
Funny hop there. We haven't said that very often in this tournament, but that one did take it kind of kicked away from him and into right field.
That is a couple of different ABs now. We saw Watson almost corral one at second base, went off of his glove, and now that one, Matheson couldn't pull it in. We'll have a meeting on the mound here for Northwestern Ohio.
And while we have a minute here, Nate, I wanted to bring this up. I thought you would appreciate this very well. Thanks to a sac fly in the top half of the 8th inning, the West Michigan Whitecaps go on to defeat Wisconsin 1-0 today.
Let's go. Guarantee at least a series split in that one. And it has been, I guess, rough sledding away from home. I mean, they're only 8-9 on the road, but what's fascinating about that team, 9-0 at home. They will return for the game on Tuesday, May the 6th, without having lost a game at home yet. By the way, the season began on April the 4th. For anyone who's listening, by the way, we're talking about the Tigers High A affiliate, the West Michigan Whitecaps. But the Guardians are doing well for our Fort Wayne people on the other side.
Well, one of my favorite pitchers, Trevor Michael, pitched that one. Pitched a gem.
Garrett Rainey with still nobody gone. Offers bunt. Fouls it off to the left side. No balls and 1 strike.
Now, this is just me interjecting here, but against a team like Uno, I don't think I'm going to try to bunt out of a potential big inning. First and second, nobody out. Already got a run in. You put the gas on.
Oh, 1. This is high and away, does Babolia. 1-1. He ducked down after he threw that pitch. I was almost wondering if they were going to try to throw down to second. Looks like Luke Huerta is getting a pretty big secondary. A chance to do some more damage for ITU. 1-1. Upstairs, 2-1. Rainey 1 for 3 in the last ball game. Had a single grounded into a double play. Struck out at the end of that game. Waits the 2-1. Offers bunt again and pulls back 3-1. And now Babolia really kind of losing the strike zone entirely. Some stirring up in the Uno bullpen. And see how long they let him go. Still no outs in the second inning. 3-1. Bunted foul. That's a tough.
And I think that was ball 4, honestly,
yep.
there. And I was going to get into this. We talked about this yesterday. If a team wants to give you an out, throw a strike, let them bunt, take the out.
Babolia needs an out any way he can get it here. The 3-2. And he got it. A perfect bender. Froze Rainey at the dish. It's a backwards K in the first out of the inning. Here for Jaden Miller. Well, I mentioned earlier we were, I guess, a little surprised that we didn't see Dan Healy here today, the WHAC honoree, the pitcher of the year in Dan Healy. He went in the first game against Siena Heights, but a little interesting tidbit on him. Babolia trying to get out of this frame. He delivers ball 1. Ouch. That looked like it got the inside part of the plate. Called the ball, though, 1-0, but Healy has not pitched against Indiana Tech this year. So it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic there. The 1-0. Ripped, left side foul, wide of the third base bag, 1-1. Well, we mentioned this morning before game number 1 about 58 degrees at game time. It's hung right around there here for game 2. Again, sun is peeking through, partially cloudy, but having our best weather day today. Perfect timing. The 1-1. Left side, foul again. Same spot, 1-2.
Now, I am sure Uno was scouting that game earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
But I would be excessively concerned about Miller with how clutch he has been this week and even earlier today.
I wouldn't mess with the bottom part of this lineup. Miller, specifically, as you mentioned, 3 for 4 in RBI in that game. He waits the 1-2. Did not go. Great job holding up on that sweeper. It's outside 2-2.
That is so difficult, too, when he was probably sitting gas and gets that slider down and away.
Making Babolio throw a lot of pitches here. The 2-2. Low and away, 3-2. I realize you might have to conserve a few people, maybe conserve a few arms, but they might have to dip into their bullpen here early if Babolia can't get out of this one without a crooked number. Keep in mind, they have gone deep into their bullpen already in this tournament. They got a deep pen if they need it. The 3-2. Golfed to left field. It's got a chance. It is out of here!
I said you play with fire, you get burned.
It's Miller time yet again. This time it's a 3-run bomb, and ITU opens up a 4-0 lead.
He has just been an absolute clutch player in this tournament. He's got to be up there besides some of the pitchers for the player of the tournament.
Was not expecting this at all. Fastball in there for a strike against Seafeld, 0-1. Seafeld took a moment to look over towards the Uno bench. As he goes down on strikes there, Babolia pitching angry. Gets a punch out against Seafeld, back to the top of the order in Rybarchuk. It's Jaden Miller. 4 RBIs already through the 2 games, 4 for 5 at the dish. You got to be kidding me with this kid.
And in the number 8 slot in the batting order.
Oh, as this one is sizzled to right field. Freeman makes the grab, and that is inning number 2. But Indiana Tech rallying for 4, an RBI knocked by Colton Thorpe and a 3-run homer by Jaden Miller. We go to the bottom of the second, AQ Sports Network. Bottom of the second inning and a 4-0 lead for Indiana Tech. 3-run homer in that last half. Jaden Miller mashes to left field. Colton Thorpe also adds an RBI. Eric Brown starts it off for Uno in the bottom of the second. Nate Wangler alongside Joey Sutherlin. Dale Jorgensen had to sit for a long time in that last half as he induces a pop up to the left side. Huerta gives way, and the shortstop, Michelini, makes the grab, one down.
Do they call that in foul territory or fair territory? Fair. Thank you.
One away here for Eric Ibsen. You talked about the stretch that Miller's had, though. 4 RBIs, 4 for 5. Day here today, you could argue he's one of the reasons why they're in this position. Again, we're going to talk about it during the last half inning, but if they win this one, Indiana Tech, there would be one more game, a do or die, between these two sides to decide who the champion would be. There's still conversations on when and where and the logistics of all of that. 2 balls and no strikes here to Ibsen with 1 away and nobody on. But that's where we stand right now. Kicking the 2-0. Misses low and away, 2-1. And the thing that's fascinating to me is Uno went 26-2 in conference play this year. They lost 2 conference games. Undefeated in the tournament to this point. ITU trying to flip the script, 3-0. Jorgensen gets the outside half with a fastball, 3-1. But it's really been over the last 8 years that we've seen this Uno program round into form, and now they got a little bit of a mountain to climb. 3-1. Off the hands. Floats it to the left side. Michael Downey gets another chance, and he puts it away, 2 gone. But would be just the 7th time the team has swept both regular season and conference tournament. If Uno were to get the job done, but right now Jorgensen looks locked in. First delivery here to Noah Hull, misses low and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Of course, Corey Hartman bringing home Coach of the Year in the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference. The 1-0. Joss misses low and away. Good breaker that time from Jorgensen. Just no offer from Nolan Hull. And it makes it 2-0, but second consecutive season he's taken home that honor. His 5th, all told, 2-0. Up the middle. Michael Downey, another chance. Off balance. And he didn't get it there. Pulled Seafelt off the bag. And Nolan Hull able to extend the inning here for Uno. Now I know you got an earful during the break about scoring decisions. That's a single, correct?
On that one?
Okay.
Yes.
All right, just making sure.
But I'm sure they're going to disagree.
He got the ball. He should have made the throw, right? That's how that goes. We got people correcting you in live time.
I know.
In real time.
And the hilarious thing is I've only been doing this since before they were all born.
No balls and 1 strike here to Watson.
That's what I had.
That's
That's
fair.
A hit. That was not as close as the first one.
Mary Taki just keeps giving it to Joey Sutherlin.
Well, it was actually more JD, the public address announcer. He's given me the biggest grief. But
Mary Takis, that is. Associate head coach over at AQ. 1-1 instead of check throw back to first. It's the beauty of the job, though, Joey. I remember my first year at West Michigan when I had to run the box scores down to the managers. It was probably the least entertaining aspect of that job. 1-1 is in the turf pellets, 2-1. Remember, we had Lance Parrish as our manager then. I'm sure anybody listening to this absolutely knows who that is. And there were some times I walked in there where I just dropped it on his desk and walked away because he was just sitting there looking at the wall, so he didn't want to talk to me. Kicking the 2-1. Grounded right side. Ferguson. Nice and easy. Over to first base. And it's 2-0 up on the board here for Dale Jorgensen. To the third we go. All Warriors 4-0 in the AQ Sports Network. Well, even when you feel like you know what way a game's going to go, you never really know until you play it. It's what makes the game of baseball so beautiful. 4-0 lead for Indiana Tech here in the top of the third. Michael Downey takes one outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Babolia back out for another inning of work. Taking a look down that right field line, it does look like there are pitchers up and stretching at the moment as his next pitch fastball misses away, 2-0. So I don't think any plans on replacing him just yet, but they do have a couple of different people up and warming. 2-0. Low and in, and Babolia, physically speaking right now, just frustrated. You saw his reaction after that last pitch. Slapping his hand down by his side, 3-0. Here to Michael Downey, 3-0. Low and in, ball 4. And again, physically speaking, Joey, just looking at him right now, it just seems like he's just kind of losing it a little bit.
I think definitely the body motion is triggering it. And the funny thing is I'm pretty sure Uno had told his guys, okay, we don't want to get hurt. That's the number one thing that happens in this game.
All right. Jack Ferguson. Ooh, nearly wears one. 1 ball and no strikes, though. 0 for 1 with a ground out in his first AB. Of course, Indiana Tech was able to claw their way back into this game. Took on Concordia for a second time in this tournament earlier today. 1-0. Just misses. Low and away. 2 balls and no strikes.
And I think that compounds things right there. If you're already a little frustrated and you miss a call, and I'm not saying that was a bad call, but you get one you wanted, it can change like right there. You know, he gets a called strike on a borderline pitch. Now you relax a little bit. It's a ball. You tense up even more.
Broke a streak of 6 straight pitches out of the zone. 2-1. Left side, diving quickly, and it's caught. Ibsen got there. Thought maybe that had a chance of getting down, but a good job catching up to it. 1 gone here for Jordan Malott.
Definitely the English on that one came back to the left fielder. I think he was like us, thinking it was going to go more to his glove side.
Right. So 1 gone here for Malott. Double in his last AB. Came around to score. He's been having a good conclusion to this tournament. That one misses, apparently, outside. Sometimes you're not going to get those calls if you're Wild, and that was the case there. 1-0. Here to Malott. Checks a couple times. 1-0. Runner goes, and it's fouled off. Had the hit and run on there, but it evens it up at 1-1.
Last Sunday at Indiana Tech, in the bottom of the ninth inning, he hit a walk-off home run against the Saints that I believe is still traveling right now. He absolutely destroyed one. We talked about the potential to hit the pond. He could hit Lake Michigan with that shot.
Can he do it again? Oh, he tried to on that swing. Fouls it off back to the screen, 1-2. Talking about their head man, though, a little bit during that last game. Kip McWilliams' 18th season this year. How about this, Joe? 13 appearances in the WHAC championship game. This will be his 14th trip to the NAIA National Championship Tournament. 1-2. High and away. Misses with the fastball, 2-2.
I think I give him a lifetime contract.
I think he's got one already. Going on a couple of decades there at Indiana Tech, but 584, 358, and 2 coming into the season all time. Actually went to Concordia where he played his ball. 2-2 pitch misses inside. Had to spin out of the way. Malott, 3 balls and 2 strikes. But 2012, 2018, 2019 WHAC Coach of the Year. So between the two different sides, 8 combined Coach of the Year awards for both UNO and Hartman, as well as Kip McWilliams and Indiana Tech. The payoff. Inside, ball 4. Actually, it looked like it got him.
Yeah.
So Mickle Downey up to second base. Malott will take first and a hit by a pitch. And it might seem like they're leaving Babolia out on an island. You can just kind of read it on his face right now, but they do officially now have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen for UNO. And it might have been a situation where you use like an opener and then you have someone else come in, but hasn't been the smoothest of takeoffs for UNO here through 3 innings.
That worked for Concordia earlier.
1 gone for Huerta. 1 away, 1-0.
But that's a dangerous formula. If it works, you look like a genius. If it doesn't, you're in a pickle early.
This pitching staff for UNO, 400 combined strikeouts. The 1-0. Misses inside, 2 balls and no strikes. It doesn't do much for you if you can't hit the zone. And again, Babolia trying to find his way back in the zone. This Indiana Tech team does not strike out a lot, and that works out well for them in this matchup. Babolia laboring the 2-0 instead of check back to second.
You know, you look at the 2 dugouts right now too, Nate, and you can see the guys on the Indiana Tech side are a little bit more into it, a little more up. They had that big win against Concordia.
Low and away. Throw back down to second. Wow. And a slide back in by Mickle Downey. And they've been attempting to do that a couple of times. By the way, 3-0 the count here on Luke Huerta. So they could load the bases right here on 1 pitch, but Tech has not been afraid to get those really big leads and really kind of test Feliciano behind the dish. 3-0. Misses. Low and away. Malott to second. Luke Huerta draws the free pass. Bases are loaded here for Colton Thorpe.
And finishing up on that is there's going to be a conference at the Mount. Feliciano, in my opinion, is one of the better catchers in the entire conference, in the WHAC conference. He is. I've seen him gun somebody down on that same play at second base, and I keep talking about it. It's that I guess you have a side on if you're comfortable being more of a gambler. He is not afraid to throw that to first, to third, to second, and if you can do it and you are successful, you know, Pudge made a living on it.
Yeah, well, it may as well, and especially you need easy outs in this game. That meeting concluding on the mound. Bases are loaded here for Indiana Tech. 1 out in the inning. Will they make the decision now to bring in a new pitcher? Looks like they will. So that'll be the day here for Babolia, a new pitcher into the game for UNO when we return. 4-0 Tech, and they could do some more damage with Colton Thorpe at the plate. Got him loaded with 1 away when we come back here on the AQ Sports Network. 4 nothing lead in favor of Indiana Tech and an opportunity to add a few more. It's a kid out of North Ridgeville, OH. Zach Cabell taking over in place of Babolia. 4 2/3 innings pitched this year. That is not a typo. First pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Good block by Feliciano. 1-0. But in those 4 2/3, gave up. This doesn't look right. Gave up 6 runs on the year, 3 earned runs. I believe he had more than just those 2 or 4 2/3. But nonetheless, dealing with the situation no reliever likes to be in. Coming in with the bases loaded. It's fouled back to the netting here by Thorpe, makes it 1-1.
You know what I'll bet it is as an SID? What happened is if he's wearing 17 and he was wearing 15 at one point, if you look back at their total stats, he'll probably have somebody there. Brad Cook probably is complaining at me right now about something like that.
Giving me a look inside the SID world. Thanks, Joe. Kick the 1-1. Fastball away, 2-1. Again, that 3-run homer making the difference right now. Jaden Miller. It was actually Thorpe who broke the scoreless tie with an RBI single. Miller brought him home on that 3-run bomb to left field. He can add still a few more. 2-1 his way. Fouled it off 2-2.
Or the alleged RBI single.
Quote unquote.
Not for me, but I would never question an official score.
Colton Thorpe is very grateful for you, Joey Sutherlin. 2-2 the count. Bases loaded, 1 out. In a 4-0 lead for ITU. Pitch on the way. Thorpe fouls it off again. Stays alive at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Joey, you were talking about this during the break. You said most teams, if you're down 4-5-0 in a game, not to pack it in, but it's going to be a tall task to come back. This UNO team, so strong offensively. If they can find a way to get out of this, keep themselves within puncher's distance. The 2-2. Got him. The Uncle Charles crosses up one Colton Thorpe. Cabell gets his first strikeout. 1 gone here for Garrett Rainey.
And yeah, that's just the thing. And we've seen it so many times in just this tournament where all it takes is 1 inning, a couple fall in, and then bam, 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 you look and they bat it around.
First pitch to Rainey. Fastball outside half, called a strike, 0-1. Looked outside, Feliciano setting up on the inside half, but still able to steal that one, 0-1. Rainey 0 for 1 with a strikeout today. Looked like Babolia was going to get out of the inning, but then gave up that 3-run homer. The 0-1. Ooh, check swing. He did not want to go through. Sprays it back to the netting, 0-2. And these are the kind of moments where the pendulum could swing one way or the other. Cabell trying to miraculously get out of this inning without allowing a run. He's got Rainey at 0-2.
Oh, what a take.
Moves it to 1-2. Cabell shakes off a few signs. Now sets in the 1-2. He set him down. Dances over the heart of the plate. A backwards K to end the inning. Uno able to tightrope out of further trouble. They're still down 4-0 as we march to the bottom of the third on the AQ Sports Network. Bottom of the third and a 4-0 lead in favor of Indiana Tech. Welcome back into Whitfield, Grand Rapids, Michigan. The highest point elevation-wise in the entire city. We're perched on a hilltop. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Here against Feliciano, Otero, Matheson to follow him. But that's a fun fact. We are literally the highest elevation point in Grand Rapids.
You took the words out of my mouth. I say fun facts with Nate. I was not aware of that.
Now you know. Left side, off the glove of Huerta. Has to hurry. He gets it there in time. I guess that's why having a catcher in the leadoff spot might work against you from time to time. 5-3 goes the ground out, 1 gone.
But and it's kind of like the questionable call at first base. When you're at first or third on this kind of surface, it gets to you so fast. He dropped it, picked it back up. That's why some of the ones that some people might think is an error is a hit.
Down low, 1-0 here to Otero. And give Jorgensen some credit. I know he's only through 2 1/3 right now, but he stayed away from the barrels. 1 strikeout, but a lot of pop-outs and a lot of weak contact. Trying not to jinx him here. Otero. Left field fly ball, long run. Feliciano watches it. Leave! How in the world? An opposite field homer for Otero. And it gets Uno on the board. It's 4-1. And that one had the look of a foul ball at first that just so happened to get out. That's probably the best mistake you could ever wish for. It's 4-1.
And again, one of the things that good teams do and good hitters, you sometimes let the ball travel deep and you let the fastball itself give you some of the momentum.
Matheson watches strike 1, 0-1. And that's it, Joey. I mean, that's how quick it could happen. Now, mind you, solos don't kill you. It'll be important for Jorgensen to keep him off the base pass. Matheson drew a walk his first time. This time he golfs 1 foul over towards the right side. No balls and 2 strikes. And we saw this from Grant Besser in the first game. His ability to throw first pitch strikes set him up with everything else. Jorgensen's been doing that for the most part. Trying to get Matheson on this 0-2. All WHAC second teamer here for Uno. Blown away 1-2.
But the thing you always have to remember about this Racers team is it's like a ticking time bomb. It's not if, it's when they're going to start to get the hits to fall.
Jorgensen's pitch. Fouled off. This Uno team, though, second in batting average in the WHAC coming into postseason play, second in on-base percentage. It was really them and Concordia towards the top. 1-2. Up the middle and into center. Diving attempt by Mickle Downey, but he gets down as Matheson goes about halfway to first base. Playing a little mind games. His second time on with a single. Here's Seth Freeman. So after the solo bomb, a single by Matheson, starting to string it together. Freeman will bat with a man on and 1 away. I was going to have Joe give us an update on what's going on in the softball side of things, but they do not play until Monday. Swatted to center. That will get down. Freeman on the first pitch. Joe, you're jinxing everybody today.
That bubble's still sitting here. What I said, it just takes sometimes for this Racers team to get one thing to fall, and then all of a sudden it's bam, bam, bam. You look and they bat it around.
There are some teams that beat you death by 1,000 cuts. That has been Indiana Tech in a lot of different cases in this tournament. Then there's someone like Uno, who, again, I mentioned Murderers Row. They kind of look like the Bronx Bombers from time to time. So we'll get a meeting on the mound here for Indiana Tech. Does allow us to say thank you to everybody who's joined us throughout the course of the week, whether you joined us on the Cornerstone Sports Network for the games that were over here during the first couple of days, or you were with Joe on the Biscuit and the Basket Sports Network over at Aquinas College doing their games, the AQ Sports Network. But it's been a long week. You can certainly say that, but there's been a lot of viewership and a lot of you guys who have joined us over the course of those stretch of days. So a big thank you to you guys for hopping along throughout the course of that.
You can definitely tell there is a big fan base for the WHAC conference
Oh,
baseball,
yeah.
and it's definitely showed just by our viewership, both with what you guys were doing earlier in the week and what I had over at the Meyer Sports Complex.
Of course, a beautiful facility here at Cornerstone, and I don't just say that because I went here. I say it because I mean it. They truly did a number on this place. It's been featured by the likes of Sports Illustrated and others. Devon Tukes. Watch this one soar outside 1-0.
If you build it, they will come.
That's true. You've had a lot of great teams here over the years. Tukes awaits the 1-0. Oh, and he gives that one a high ride to right field, but it'll get knocked down. Ryberchick in to catch it. Bluffing towards third base is Noah Matheson. Back to second he goes. 2 away on that fly out.
I think he caught that on the end of the bat. He just missed that one.
So 2 down. Here's Eric Brown, 0 for 1 with a pop out in this ball game. Of course, both of these two teams, as we talked about earlier, finishing their road to Idaho. They will both be going to the NAIA National Tournament no matter what way you split this game or the next if it ends up happening. Brown, watch a bender. In there for a strike 0-1, but known for their potatoes, the world-famous Idaho potatoes. Of course, they got the Potato Bowl out there every year. Actually had a friend of mine play in that game once upon a time. Kick of the 0-1. Fouled off right side 0-2. Mitch Stanizak's his name, played at CMU and played Wyoming out there. Any guesses who was on Wyoming at the time? Josh Allen.
You didn't even give me a chance to throw
Sorry.
And as a CMU alumni, I knew the answer.
Jorgensen looking to get out of the frame. The 0-2. Just up high, 1-2. But they said they stood around during pregame and just watched him throw the ball and it was like just break out the popcorn and just watch him go to work because said it was the prettiest ball he's ever seen. Jorgensen's got a pretty ball as well. Looking to spin it in for strike 3, and he's down low, 2-2.
And while he does have does a great job there, the grinding out of these at-bats by Uno,
It'll get to you.
It eventually will.
Yeah. This Uno team has seen a lot of pitches. Eric Brown chops it right side, fielded there by the first baseman at Seafelt. He's on to first. 4 out, number 3. Well, they are able to get one back on the solo blast by Otero. Opposite field homer. And it's 4-1 as we go to the 4th in the AQ Sports Network. Top of the fourth inning. The man of the hour, Jaden Miller, at the plate for Indiana Tech in a 4-1 lead. Quinn Seafelt, Logan Ryberchick against Cabell. Delivers the first pitch strike. In at the knees, 0-1.
He just laughed, stepped out of the box. He's going to go back in. He's like, he's seeing a beach ball coming up at him right now.
Maybe a Soto shuffle, if we can get one here. The 0-1. Outside half, called a strike, 0-2. It's that state that athletes talk about. It's kind of like that flow state. You know, once you're doing well, you're just going out there and you're not really thinking. And I feel like that's where he is right now. 0-2. High and away, 1-2. Of course, when you have a game like you've had here already and like you had the last one around, you're allowed to go out there with a little more swagger. What can he do on 1-2? Oh, fouled back to the netting. Nearly got him on strike 3, way overextended. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Talking about that tattoo that's peeking out from his right sleeve earlier. I can't tell what I'm still trying to figure out what it is. Looks like a snake of some sort.
Well, we have enough staff working right now. We can have them go down and
Who
find
wants
out.
to go figure it out? The 1-2. Ooh. Just missed the outside half of the fastball, 2-2.
Again, that's when you know you're at a hot streak, when you're that comfortable laying off on something that close.
Joey and I were actually brainstorming what tattoos we should get the other day. Kicking the 2-2.
I wanted to get that tattoo that says Mom with Nate's face in the middle of the O.
Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. That's an idea. I was just going to get like a smiley face or something, but I could go with something like that. The 3-2. Lifted to right field. Freeman will catch it, and there's one gone. Something that means something, an inspirational quote of some sort. Joey's going just straight ironic for his first ever tattoo.
Well, I told you I was going to get the little Red Wing. They had one back in the 90s when they won their first. It looked like a kind of like a bobblehead, but for a keychain.
Fastball gets the outside black, 0-1. Both Joey and I have to think about getting number 1. I'm not sure. The 0-1. In there. Called a strike, 0-2. Cabell settling in well after taking over in that last half. Again, had the bases loaded, went back-to-back punch-outs to get out of that jam. It now has Seafelt down 0-2. He gives one a ride to right center. Long run for Hall, and he won't get there. Skips in the gap, picked up by Freeman. And a stand-up double for one Quinn Seafelt. Third extra base hit of the ballgame for Indiana Tech. They got another one in scoring position.
And again, it's the bottom of the lineup. Bottom of the lineup, easy for me to say, coming through with another double. And it just, throughout the tournament, they've kept themselves in it by having production from the top and the bottom, but really getting quality at bats from 7, 8, 9.
And some of the new faces, too, are producing. Colton Thorpe, an RBI single. Now Quinn Seafelt adds that double. Logan Ryberchick, the man on second, one away here in this fourth inning. Ooh. Just a happy feet. He's way out of the way there.
Did you see his reaction? He went like this to his chest, looking at his coach on the bench.
You have to make at least somewhat of an attempt to get out of the way. I'm just surprised that one didn't clip him on the way in. Patiently awaits the 1-0. Low and away. Good take, 2-0. Bell's been shaking off a lot of pitches. Sets, checks the 2-0. Inside, it got him. Right on the hip. Ryberchick take his stroll to first base. Effective to work inside. That was a little bit too far inside. Got him right on the hip. Mickle Downey will bat with 2 on.
One thing I always find interesting, the catcher's calling the game if there's shakeoffs. Because if you're getting the pitch calls from the dugout, you're not allowed to shake off. Unless you're the ace sometimes.
2 gone with 1 away. Mickle Downey will bat here for Indiana Tech. Going in 1-0, and if they can't find a way to push one across here, would be another really tough look for this team. Again, bases loaded, went down on back-to-back Ks for a 0 spot in the third. Now they got 2 on again here with just 1 away. Mickle Downey at the plate. Had a walk out all the way over to third in that frame, but was stranded there. The 1-0. Inside 2-0.
That's a brilliant point there, Nate, that you're just only going to get so many chances against this racer team, and when you do, you better take advantage.
Now the 2-0. Up the middle, and it's off the glove of Cabell, but he's able to recover. It forces the out at first base. Seafelt to third, Ryberchick to second. And at the very least, he got 1 there. Ferguson now with men on second and third and 2 gone. As we were talking about Idaho, both of these teams will be there, so they're playing free and easy here today. There is something on the line still, but at least you got that in the back of your mind. You will still be there, but
yeah,
I'm sure they'll get their fill.
I think you see both ways. Sometimes like that effort, and then you're like, okay, hold on, don't get hurt.
Ferguson pops it up. Left side of the infield. Tukes circling and catching it for out number 3. They leave him on second and third. Uno, after giving up that 4 spot in the second, trying to fight their way back in. It's 4-1. So we go to the bottom of 4, the AQ Sports Network. Well, despite that 4-1 lead for Indiana Tech, they've left a few on. Bases loaded 2 innings ago. Second and third, the last frame, is Uno will get back to work. After a solo bomb by Ortero, it's Impson to start it off, and a new pitcher on the mound for Indiana Tech. It's the first pitch to Impson. It's on the outside half, called a strike. Cade Robinson, junior for ITU, Westfield High School, Carmel, Indiana. Takes over on the bump here for the Warriors. Winds the 0-1. Misses low and in, 1-1. 1-0 this year, 4.81 the ERA, 24 and a third innings pitched. But how about this, Joey? Nearly a strikeout per inning, 24 to just 7 walks coming into postseason play. 1-1. Checks his swing on one that bends low and inside, 2-1. But you and I were having the talk in between the innings about how it is so hard to hold this lineup down. The question becomes your pitching depth. How good does this bullpen operate against this lineup for the Racers? 2-1. Left side. Corkscrews its way to McEldaney. Makes the throw to first in time. Seafeld had to go up a little bit, but kept his foot on the bag. One gone.
I got to say, though, I've been impressed by the play of McEldown at shortstop in place. They haven't missed too much defensively with him there.
McEldowney at shortstop. And Ferguson just across away from him at second base. Nolan Hull at the plate. He's 1 for 1 with a base knock. Good breaking ball. Spins its way over the inside black, 0-1 to him. That on base at 397 coming into postseason play. You can see why Cade Robinson has some good strikeout stuff. The 0-1. Down low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, the state of Indiana's produced a lot of great baseball players. Just think about the top prospect in the Tiger system right now, Max Clark. Indiana product. 1-1. Offers bunt. Fouls it off, 1-2.
Hall with great speed, and that's a great thought process because they had him play deep on the corners. You get that down, and you can walk to first.
Looking for a K. Instead, it's right back to McEldowney. His throw to first, and a great pick. Oh, Seafelt going into ballerina mode to get out number 2.
He gets that such a long stretch for those, even on ones that aren't bang plays. It's painful to watch him. I need to do yoga just to watch him play first.
My abductors and adductors hurt just watching it. Breaking ball misses high and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Here to Jake Watson, 0 for 1 with a ground out. Of course, in speaking about Idaho and potatoes, it brings up the question, Joey Sutherlin, what's your favorite potato chip?
Oof.
I haven't asked you yet. The 1-0. Swung on, fouled off, 1 ball and 1 strike.
That is a wonderful question.
It's a loaded question.
It is. I kind of like the
Any other opinions from the crowd? I'll take whoever. The 1-1. On away, 2-1.
I don't know. If it really gun to my head, I'm going to say something super simple. The cheddar Pringles.
Okay. All right. It's a good one. The 2-1. Breaker. Outside half. Robinson's got that thing working 2-2.
Now, I saw him pitch 1 inning earlier this week, and I don't know why it was 1 inning, but he had really good stuff. He was a tick wild.
Seems a bit tame at this moment. Outside, 3-2. I'll go with baked Lays. Always good.
And that's
always good.
I love baked chips, and that's where I was on the fence.
I like the crunch. 3-2. Outside, ball 4. Nearly backdoored him, but Watson able to draw the free pass, and that sets up the top of the order here for Uno. Joscar Feliciano.
Where is he?
Has to take off all of his catcher's gear. He's got those chains going across his neck, glistening in the sun here at DeWitt Field.
He is. I mean, for a catcher, he does run well. He moves well.
A WHAC second-teamer who has shown some pop this year. First pitch, runner goes, low and in, throw down to second, off target. Jake Watson gets a stolen base as Indiana Tech tries to play like he got into center field. Doesn't draw Watson off the bag. Runner into second here with a 1-0 count on Feliciano.
Little big league right there.
Little tips and tricks to the trade. 1-0. Low and in, 2-0. You see back-to-back breaking balls to begin that AB. Feliciano is a pretty big power hitter. Give him an opportunity to cut at one, he will. Again, a leadoff hitter despite being a catcher. He's got someone at second base. He takes one in the pellets, 3-0. And it's how quickly these innings can tend to go sideways sometimes, too, against Uno. It like you said not too long ago, it can be snap, and all of a sudden, things are happening.
If you walk Watson and then you come back and walk Feliciano, who's on deck? Otero. What did he do last time?
Does Feliciano have a green light? Does not. In there, 3-1.
Yeah, if you got to be so careful. I mean, I know it's easier said than done because you don't want to throw juicy pitches to guys that can hit very well up and down the lineup, but you can't afford to walk them either.
Still a good hitter's count, 3-1 to Feliciano. Rips it left side, and it's into left field. Watson getting the wave around third. The throw will not come home. They slice it in half as Feliciano delivers an RBI knock. It's 4-2 here in the fourth. And I thought that was an aggressive assignment, telling Watson to come around third, but was no play at the plate. Feliciano will come out of the game. New pinch runner into the game here for Northwestern Ohio. Number 5. Josh Lagarde will be the one running at first. Kind of looks like me a little bit. Check on Lagarde over at 1.
And that's
he's a ginger. That's what I mean by that.
Of course. I thought you meant the build.
Not quite.
No, but that's what I was just going to say. You just can't blink on these racers. You walk the number 9 guy, he steals second, and then base hit, it's 4-2.
Otero, who had a solo bomb in his last AB, watches one bend outside, 1-0 for Lagarde, by the way. He could play guard in football if he wanted to. 6'4", 250 pounds for the pinch runner from the land down under, Adelaide, South Australia. And they're picking on him over at first base, able to slide back in. And you talk about a baseball culture that only continues to develop. Australia, and it continues to get bigger and bigger over there. We've had a lot of Australian players here in West Michigan. The 1-0, left side. Picked up there by Huerta onto second 1, and that's all they need. Lost the ball in the transfer, but it is considered out number 3, and that'll retire the side, but not before Yaskar Feliciano gets him one step closer with an RBI single. To the 5th we go, AQ Sports Network. Top of the fifth inning, 4-2 the lead in favor of Indiana Tech. Got all 4 of their runs back in the second. Northwestern Ohio. Individual tallies in the third and in the fourth as now we go into the fifth. Indiana Tech picks the backs back up. Jordan Malott to lead it off against a new pitcher here for Northwestern Ohio. He filters in a strike there, the bottom part of the zone, 0-1. Andre Gordeev. And Joey, I know the Lakers traded away Anthony Davis. They got Luka Doncic, but they've had to play a little bit of small ball because of that. But if they need a center and Gordeev, decides to step away from baseball, he could certainly do so. 6'8", 200 pounds for Gordeev, throwing from the right side. Out of Russia, Balashika, I believe that's how that's pronounced.
And there is no way he's only 200 pounds.
Oh, and the bat snaps on a floater to left field, and it gets down. There's no way. That is the second time in this tournament I have seen a metal bat snap in half.
And they're checking it for cork.
I mean, is that something they do? Joey, I'm not kidding. I have never seen that happen in my life. I've seen it happen twice in this tournament.
Well, you had 2 of the umpires who were absolutely laughing about it. And I've never heard or seen it either. But you go so thin at the handle that you could see with the whip power.
Yep. It's true. Absolutely fascinating. A broken bat single. And now a bunt down the first base line, and no one's at first. He's safe. Watson was late getting over there. The flip there is late. It's an infield single for Luke Huerta.
He tried to get a sacrifice. Instead, he gets a base hit.
Man, and right when you thought Northwestern Ohio was getting a little bit of positive mo back their direction, a single and now what looked like a sacrifice resulting in a base hit, and Colton Thorpe to bat. The WHAC tournament has lived up to its name. It's been WHAC. Now another bunt. Gordeev. A high throw to first, and it's offline. Malott to third. Huerta to second. Colton Thorpe reaches. On a throwing error.
But a sacrifice as well.
A sac E1. The bases are loaded yet again. Here is Garrett Rainey. Well, the last time they loaded it in the third inning, they had 1 gone in that situation. Now they're loaded without anybody gone. And Rainey looking to rain on Uno's parade. The first pitch. Ouch. Up high. 1 ball and no strikes.
A little surprised they're playing the infield in here.
Trying to make the play at home. They got to force it any bag. This one's fouled off to the left side, 1-1. You would think maybe with their offense that they'd be willing to concede 1 in the hopes of turning a double play, but not middling in their chances. Rainey has struck out twice here in this game today. He loops one foul off to the right side, 1-2. And we've seen this come back to bite multiple teams in this tournament, leaving runners on base.
Especially with nobody out.
Gordeev, the JUCO product out of Indian Hills Community College, kicks the 1-2. Good check on a pitch that runs low and away, 2-2.
Rainey said, I've struck out twice looking. I'm not going to do one swinging at a bad pitch.
Rainey known for his range in the outfield. Trying to make the bat do the talking. Here in the bases loaded. And he will. Plops it into right field. Malott is home. Everyone goes station to station. And it's 5-2 ITU. Around and around and around we go. Gordeev has faced 4, and he's allowed 4 to get on base. Jaden Miller with the bases still loaded. Already a 3-run homer. Can we see some more fireworks from the righty? First pitch to him. Chops it right side. Watson, second, 1, and that's all they'll get. Scores another run as they just get the 1 out at second. Luke Huerta scampers home, at 6-2. So fielder's choice RBI for Jaden Miller. That's his 4th of the ballgame. And now a grounder and a second chance at 2. Otero second 1, the turn, they got him. 6-4-3 goes the double play. And I guess, Joey, it could have been a lot worse than what it was. They're still able to get 2 across, though. Back-to-back RBI knocks by Rainey and Jaden Miller. It's back to a 4-run lead. It's 6-2 to the bottom of 5 on the AQ Sports Network. Indiana Tech holding a 6-2 lead over a team that only lost 2 games in conference all regular season and have swept their way here. First pitch in there for a strike against Noah Matheson. No balls and 1 strike. Another inning of work here for Robinson on the mound. Gave up an RBI knock to Feliciano his last time around the lineup. Oh. As he spins in. A little Zach Greinke breaking ball. Falls out of the sky, 0-2. Here in Noah Matheson. Does he go right back to it? Why not? The 0-2. No. I think that one had a little bit more zip on it. 1-2 as it misses inside. Lights are not on here at DeWitt Field quite yet. That sun's starting to set, though. As Matheson takes strike 3. Robinson dotting up the inner half. Gets his first strikeout. But you were talking about this a little bit earlier, Joey, and we're starting to see it materialize. And it's not quite to the point to where it's overshadowing home plate quite yet. But that shade, that shadow, starting to creep its way out. Freeman chops at the first one he sees and shoots it over towards the Indiana Tech dugout, 0-1.
I think the overcast will help a little bit on that, but if it was a mostly sunny day, yeah, right about now and in the next half hour, that's where it's absolutely brutal for a hitter.
Line the 0-1. Fouled off, 0-2. And Uno being aggressive in counts, trying to take advantage of these ITU pitchers, but and Cade Robinson's stuff just moving just enough to miss the barrels. That's been the big story. Saw a broken metal bat in that last half. The second I've seen in my life. And the second in this tournament. Fastball outside, 1-2. Maybe it's just the way they design the bats now. I'm not exactly sure what they look like. I haven't picked up a bat in probably 10 years, but has to be something along those lines. Another 1-2. Good take on a slider outside, 2-2.
Now, see, I thought you were taking batting practice at least once a series with the Whitecaps.
At Game Time Family Fun Park, yeah. Those batting cages can be interesting sometimes. 2-2. Right side, it's through into right field. Seth Freeman trying to get the ball rolling for this UNO offense. His second knock in as many ABs. Devon Tukes to bat next, but those batting cages are always fun. They'll give you one high and tight every now and again, and then they'll drop in a nice breaking ball low and away, and you're in there fighting for your life, especially if you go to the fastest one. You put your coins in there, you're gonna get some chin music every now and again.
At GRCC, we used to have a couple of toys, for lack of a better term, that would work like a batting cage, that would work on your eye test. And then there was also another one where it was a close in the cage at like a third of the distance with the coming in the equivalent of 110 miles an hour.
Tukes takes a nice breaking ball on the outside back 0-1. Fascinates me the kind of technology they have now to work on all that stuff. It's made a huge difference for a lot of different hitters. Tukes hit .330 in the regular season. He's waiting for the 0-1 instead of check throw back to first.
Well, right in this beautiful facility that we're in right now, you go down a floor, there's a batting cage inside.
True. It's right here. It's one of the cool things about this stadium. Kicking the 0-1. Grounded right side. Ferguson, second for one. The throw in time to first. 4-6-3 goes the DP. And that'll set down the side here for UNO. To the sixth inning we go. Indiana Tech with that lead. Still 4 runs here on the AQ Sports Network. Sixth inning of our ball game, 6-2 the lead for Indiana Tech. Trying to force a decisive game 2 of this championship series. This first pitch misses downstairs to Ryberchik. 1 ball and no strikes. Gurdeev out for another inning of work. A defensive substitution to notify you of. Over at third base, it'll be Tyler Huff taking over for Tukes.
I tell you, it must be it's really tough to play on this team. You ground into a double play, you're replaced in the next at bat.
Well, there may be a story there, and I'll get to that here in a second. Next pitch misses outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Tukes grounded into that double play in the last half, and as he crossed first base, slammed his helmet. It ended up rolling all the way to the fence, and the umpires looked like they took exception to it, the 2-1. Left field. This one's got some carry. It's got a chance, and it's foul. Ooh, just wide of that line.
I'm telling you, Nate, from my angle, it was right on the yellow part of the fence where it bounced, so I was just blocked. I thought it was fair.
Sees that opportunity go by the wayside. The long, lonely walk back to the plate here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. But I don't know if I don't believe he got thrown out of the game for whatever it's worth. I think it just might have been a situation of just getting him to maybe calm down a little bit. Because normally when you slam equipment, that could be the day. Leveled, left field, on his way in to make the snag is Impson. How about a little Dave Sims? Hey now. 1 gone on that catch.
That is how you pick up your pitcher on that one.
That certainly helps. Mickle Downey watches a breaker on the outside half for a strike, 0-1. And it was during that last half. They've loaded the bases twice in this ballgame. They've also left 2 stranded on the base paths. I mean, 6-2 all told. Seems rather pedestrian compared to what they could have had. Floater to the left side. Huff will watch it soar out of play. 0-2.
Well, as of right now, both teams have stranded 6 base runners.
You could say the same thing on the other side for Concordia. Concordia.
I thought you were talking about earlier today because in the 2-zip loss,
right,
they stranded 8 base runners in the game.
The 0-2. Outside to Mickle Downey, 1-2. Has drawn a walk in this game, got all the way over to third, didn't score, and a couple of groundouts to go with that. Gurdiev maybe looking for a K. Instead, he misses high and away with a fastball, 2-2.
Right now, I'm telling you, if I'm a coach, I'm talking to my guys, especially my pitchers, and say, throw strikes, trust your defense, and let the chips fall where they may from there.
Even at 2, this one fouled back our direction. It stays at 2-2. Of course, Joey was talking about it earlier, moved from the Meyer Sports Complex, a.k.a. DeVos Family Championship Field, here to Cornerstone and DeWitt Field for these 2 ball games today.
And being as cold as I've been at the other ones, I'm very appreciative of, but it was nice to hear Bruce Stone say that he didn't feel that it was a danger.
2-2. Runs outside 3-2. And everybody's, inclined to their opinions, but, when you see pitchers fall off the mound a few times and people slipping and falling, you never know. But again, that's nothing against the facility. It was just an observation from our end. The 3-2. Ripped into right. Mickle Downey drops one in for a single.
This cat and mouse game that we're seeing, every time you think like, okay, Uno's going to make this one close, then you get something to come back from IT. IT looks like they got this one going away. Uno comes back, and I just think that's going to be right through the 9th inning.
It wouldn't be a game for the Northwestern Ohio Racers if it wasn't a seesaw battle. How many times have we seen that already in this tournament? Gurdiev misses low and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Take a look at the road that they took to get here. Despite being as good as they are, it was a rocky one at times. Check throw back to first base. But you go back to their first day, final in 11 innings, got the walk-off winner over the 8th-seeded Siena Heights, so escaped a scare there. Put up 17 runs against Aquinas. It was actually a game that AQ was leading late in that ball game. And again, back to your point, Joe, like they're not out of the woods quite yet. We're not even into their half of the 6th just yet. But 17-11 in that ball game. Obviously 3-1 the final the other day against Concordia to get themselves to this point. 1-1. Offers bunt, deadens it to the left side. Perfect spot. Feliciano won't have a play.
They're calling him out. They're calling batter interference. Holy cow.
Wow. Batter interference is called. Ferguson is out.
And
that will force Mickle Downey back to first base.
Now, for those of you at home who have always wondered what happens when that is, how it is officially ruled is the closest fielder to the obstructing or interfering person gets credit for an unassisted out. So it'll be 2-you, and the runner stays.
So explain to us what the interference was on that play to people who might not understand. Very quickly, by the way, Jordan Malott to bat, now with 2 gone and a man at first base. And a check throw back to first. What was the interference there from your perspective?
I honestly didn't see it, but how the umpire made the motion is as the batter bunted, he didn't get out of the box till the catcher popped forward, and then he interfered with him.
Malott watches it miss outside. 1 ball and no strikes. So there you have it. Batter's interference on Ferguson. So that stops the progress of Mickle Downey getting up to second base. And, of course, we keep a mental tally of all those plays like that. As this one is powered to left, but well foul.
Oh,
I believe that one will roll to the parking lot, 1-1.
That's the power from Malott we were talking about. And I'm been waiting to see it. But how big would that be later? Like you said, that's circled in my scorecard.
11 homers in the regular season. Watches one inside edge for a strike, 1-2. Good ball game for him. Double, single, 2 runs scored. Also got hit by a pitch back in the 3rd inning. One, 2 the count. Good take on a slider away, 2-2. WHAC first team honoree here for Indiana Tech. Again, those 11 homers on the air for a team who hit a decent amount of them. 2nd in home runs. They got 1 on that 3-run shot from Jaden Miller. Trying to overcome the batter's interference call. 2-2 from Gurdeve. Just to spin out of the way of that one. It's 3-2 and crowding the plate a little bit. And it can kind of blur those lines on the inside half of the plate too when you do that.
Well, I'm going to be a little apprehensive to crowd on Gurdeve with his size and his fastball.
He's got that toe right on the line. Oh, a fake throw back to first, and that's a balk. I believe.
And one umpire did say balk, and yeah.
Nobody's covering.
Now they're going to have a conversation. He did get off the rubber off the mound before he faked the throw.
So, Mr. Official Scorer?
This one's tough. This I don't think is official scoring. This is the rule as it's implied. You can't do the fake when you're on the rubber, but if you get off, you can fake a throw.
So conversation ensuing here, and this would be big. This would put Mickle Downey on second base where he originally was before they called that batter's interference. So as long as he gets off the mound correctly.
Yeah. They are giving a balk, though.
Wow.
Okay, now we got another one to circle.
Mickle Downey up to second base on the balk. Oh, and by the way, a 3-2 count here on Jordan Malott with Luke Huerta waiting in the wings, who also has a 2-hit ball game. The hats are out for Indiana Tech. 3-2. He swings and sends this one on a ride to left. Impson will corral it. The ballpark does hold on to it. And UNOH escapes here in the 6th. The bottom of 6 we go. Only 2 runs for the Racers. Don't see that too often on the AQ Sports Network. Uno trying to find a way to break free on the offensive side as the first one is lifted. High to deep right field. Long run for the center fielder. And Rainey is able to rein it in. Eric Brown gave it a charge, but to the wrong part of the ballpark. One gone here for Eric Impson. Well, even if Uno is not able to complete the job here today, they will have one more chance given they haven't lost a game in this tournament. The only question is when and where.
And it is possible the two coaches could agree not to play it.
There is that too. And obviously for the love of the game, people would argue, why would you do that? But again, the ultimate goal is to get to the national tournament, and they've both done that. Again, we've established that already. The 1-0. Check swing, fouls it off. Back behind the plate, 1-1.
And this has just been, we're still only, folks, in the bottom half of the sixth inning.
Yep.
And this has been a crazy contest.
Breaker in there for a strike, 1-2. It was yesterday that Uno had 2 runs, top of the 5th inning on a pair of RBIs from Freeman and Brown that were able to send them to that 3-1 victory over Concordia. Robinson's 1-2 offering. Check swing in the dirt, bounces all the way back to the netting. It's 2-2. But it was Michael Bust, who had a great game, 7 2/3, 1 run, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. And that's the part of the game that's kind of been missing for Uno in this one. Pitching has not been where it's needed to be. 10 hits, allowed those 6 runs. 2-2 to Impson. Upstairs, 3-2.
Grinding out another at bat, though. And I'm pretty sure right now the Racers would like to get Robinson out of the game here.
3-2. Fouls it off. That one was hanging right in the middle of the plate. Impson couldn't torch it. Pop out and a ground out. This ball game for him. Now the payoff. Right side. Base hit. Impson gets on with a base knock. For what it's worth, Uno has put a man on base in every single inning so far here today, but they just haven't had the ability to pass it off and keep the train rolling. Nolan Hull with a man on and 1 gone.
Would you like a history lesson right now, Nate?
I would love it. I love your history lessons.
If you go back just 2 days, Uno in the bottom half of the 6th with 1 out went through the next 12 batters without an out. And where are we right now?
It's a fair point. Outside edge called a strike, 0-1. It's interesting when you look back at last year for this Uno team, they were right there. Went into the WHAC tournament final, lost this first game to Madonna 10-6, lost the second one 11-10. The 0-1 to Nolan, instead of check throw back over to first base, not in time. So they've been in a position like this where they got all the way to the end last year and they weren't able to finish. And again, right now, 6-2 in this 6th inning. You just have to wonder if it's really a priority. Again, that's the other question, because they did make it to the national tournament last year. Breaker in the pellets. Runner takes off. Throw down. Ooh, well off target. They have to stop it from escaping into center field. Impson gets there on what I believe to be a wild pitch.
It probably should be. That's a weird one, though, because he was still baiting the catcher to throw it. He kind of stopped halfway through. We're going to look at that one between innings.
Impson did swing at it for whatever, or rather, Nolan Hull did swing at it for whatever it's worth. So 0-2. Got him. Spins in the nasty breaker, and Robinson has 2 away here for Jake Watson. Then Uno went to the national tournament last year, lost to Hope International in their first game, 10th ranked Hope International. And then Tabor, I believe it's pronounced, Tabor. Lost 6-5 to them in the opening round. Watson sprays it back to the netting, no balls and 1 strike.
And every time there's a runner on base for Uno, you just almost wait for that runner to become a 2-run homer.
Oh, 1. 0-2, and who knows if we'll see that with the way that this pitching staff's going for Indiana Tech.
Yeah.
I know we've made a lot about the way that UNO has pitched this year, but let's not forget about what Tech has done. They've put up some pretty good numbers on the pitching side as well. Second in strikeouts as a squad, right behind, you guessed it, Northwestern Ohio. 0-2. Runs away 1-2.
The one thing, though, about Indiana Tech's pitching, yes, they are a solid staff, but they do give up the long ball.
One, two. Roped into center. Will it hang up long enough? Oh, what a play! Rainey, a barrel roll, and he finds the ball for out number 3. This Tech team is on a mission. We go to the 7th. They're up 6-2 on the AQ Sports Network. Luke Huerta to the dish, 6-2 the lead in favor of Indiana Tech, but it hasn't been without some star-studded plays. The defense behind them. New pitcher into the game here for Northwestern Ohio is the first pitch. It's in there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike here on Huerta. 2 hits in this ball game, 3 times on base. It'll be Dean Summer, another junior out of Richland, Michigan, Mid-Michigan Community College. He's a JUCO product. Favorite athlete, Jacob DeGrom. 1-1. Left side, scooped up by Otero. Ooh, got him by an eyelash. Good hustle down the first base line, just couldn't quite get there. 6-3. Goes that ground out. 1 gone here for Colton Thorpe. I actually saw Jacob DeGrom by accident once in Florida. That was probably the best accident that's ever happened in my life.
How do you run into him by accident?
I was in Miami, Florida on vacation, and my buddy and I are like, let's find a minor league game. Ooh, good breaker. That time 0-1, and Palm Beach Cardinals were playing the St. Lucie Mets, so we went to that game, and DeGrom just so happened to be rehabbing for St. Lucie that night. 0-1. Breaker misses inside 1-1. I remember not knowing who he was when I initially sat down, and then the first pitch was 103 miles an hour. I went, who is this guy? 1-1 is cut on and missed, 1-2. Of course, it turned out to be Jacob deGrom, and I think we had a couple of New York guys down in front of us that knew exactly who he was. I could tell by the accent, and that was special to see. The only person that didn't strike out from Muskegon. Swung on and missed. Strikeout. And back-to-back outs to begin this one. Garrett Rainey will bat next.
Now, are you familiar with the one of the best hoax of all time back in 1982, the Sid Finch hoax in Sports Illustrated?
Oh.
Sports Illustrated.
As this one is powered to left center field. It is one hop up against the wall. Rainey into second. Making it rain here in the 7th. His second base knock of the game. It's a double, and it keeps the inning alive here for Jaden Miller.
In the when you still had hard copies of Sports Illustrated, they would have in a page in there athletes they would talk about different athletes from different around the country, and they had a little write up about Sid Finch, about he was going to be in the Mets organization and he could throw 120 miles an hour, and people believed it.
I wouldn't even play at that point. Jaden Miller watches it inside half, called a strike 0-1. I don't know how they play with 100-plus already, but 120 seems like a little bit too far. By the way, Jacob Bushberger is the one kid that didn't strike out in that game. He popped out against Jacob deGrom. So you can put that one on the resume. So you're going to miss at that slider. He's looking like deGrom right now with those breaking pitches, 0-2.
We've seen more around 104 miles an hour now. But I've never heard of anything faster than that, for real.
Dean Summer trying to put a 0 spot up before we stretch out here at DeWitt, the 0-2. Got him. Beautiful slide piece. It sets down one Jaden Miller as we will get up and stretch out. Still 6-2 Indiana Tech to the bottom of 7 here on the AQ Sports Network. Overall stretched out here at DeWitt Field. Uno also had an opportunity to stretch out momentarily. Let's hope maybe help them get back into the ball game. 7 hits, only 2 runs to show for it. Cade Robinson's been exceptional in 2 innings of work as he continues that trend. On to first, Mickle Downey puts it away, 1 gone. Joey keeps talking about it, just kind of waiting for this Uno team to just explode at the plate, but we haven't seen it. 1 gone here for Otero. Do have some defensive changes to notify you of. Hammond is into this game. He is taking over at third base. So Ben Hammond, freshman out of Fishers at third. Luke Huerta will shift over to second from third. Low in 1-0 on that pitch. So that defensive alignment, we'll give you an update if there's any change in the batting order. I would imagine there would be some shifting around, but we'll try to keep you updated on that. 1-0 here to Otero. Fouls it off. Makes it 1-1. That solo homer in the third inning, one of just 2 runs in this game for Uno. Also had a walk, advanced on a pass ball. But even in a game where all but 2 of the racers have gotten on base, all but 3 that is, majority of the lineup, haven't done much with it. 1-1 misses outside, unable to squeeze at that time is Thorpe, and it's 2-1. 2-1. Otero watches it miss away 3-1. Blasted to right. On it, the run is Ryberchuk, but he can't get it. Gets underneath his glove. And Otero will settle at first.
So what I was going to say on that one is I have to wonder now for a second. We already talked about one situation with Hammond in now, and he's going to be playing third base, moving over to second base on that. I wonder if that batter interference might have something to do with it.
Matheson with 1 out. Watches a breaker miss outside. Waiting to break through this Uno offense. Check throw back to first base. Ball low and inside. That one gets away. Otero takes the turnaround second. Throw to third. They cut him down. An aggressive assignment to bring him to third, and Thorpe makes him pay.
That is one of the weirder ones I'm going to have. Stolen base, and then a 2-5 caught trying to advance on a wild pitch.
Noah Matheson swings at this one, and a dive by Seafelt. You're kidding me with his ITU defense. Another star-studded play, this time to end the bottom of the 7th. Doesn't seem like they're going away anytime soon. We're into the 8th inning when we come back. Still 6-2 ITU on the AQ Sports Network. Eighth inning of ball, 6-2 lead for Indiana Tech, trying to add to it. It's Quinn Seafelt at the dish. Nick Solar takes over on the bump here for Uno. Kid out of Warren, Michigan. First delivery. Chop foul off to the left side. No balls and one strike. By the way, I wanted to correct myself from earlier. I mentioned how Uno had gotten to the championship game last year. They lost to the eventual champions, I believe, in that one. I think it was Madonna that went on to go win. Or rather, Madonna was in that one. It was Uno who got the regular season. As this one's fed into right field. Quinn Seafelt with another base knock, his second hit of the game. But in 24, Uno was the regular season champs. It was actually Indiana Tech that went on to go win the championship game. But Uno fell to Madonna in that tournament. So just wanted to correct that. There's a single by Seafeld in the right field. Logan Ryberchuk will bat next.
With Roberson.
Jacoby Roberson back over at first base to run. Ryberchuk offers bunt, pulls back. Ooh, they're going to say curveball was in there for a strike. 0-1 against him. Kick in the 0-1. Offers bunt again, pulls back. Did he offer? Just say he didn't. 1-1.
That tells you the difference that you're dealing with in these playoff games. He was pointing to first base to get an appeal, but there's umpires everywhere now.
Next pitch. Offers bunt again, misses up high. Back pick to first is into right field. But it won't get away far enough for Roberson to get up to second base. Good backup by Freeman. A heads-up play to get there in time. Feliciano nearly gave Indiana Tech a gift. Instead, it's 2-1 with a runner still on first. To Ryberchuk. Offers bunt again, and this time pushes it down the first base line. Flip to first, they got him. But it advances Seafelt over to second base. And fortunately, this time, Uno able to figure it out on the bunt. We saw that result in the bunt single a little bit earlier. Had that one down packed, though. Mickle Downey will bat next.
Right now, this is a real important run there at second base. That kind of feels like that could be the momentum they need.
Mickle Downey, the man on second. Side 1-0. Now it'll be up to Corey Hartman to try and figure out how to get back into this one and potentially win it. It starts with them and Solar shutting things down in this frame. Kicks, another 1-0. Skips it. Feliciano, good block. Makes it 2 balls and no strikes.
For all of what I've said for the first 8 innings of this game, it feels almost right now, it seems, and I'm not counting out Uno by any stretch of the imagination, but the wheels on the bus that have been going round and round are falling off.
2-0. Low and away, 3 balls and no strikes. Nick Solar, sports marketing, business admin major, wants to be an athletic director.
And look who's back on deck, by the way.
.3-0. Outside edge called a strike.
That's that re-enter rule. It looks like Ferguson may be coming back in to replace Hammond, who I'm perplexed.
.3-1 in the dirt, ball 4. Michael Downey draws the free pass his 3rd time on base. Jack Ferguson now with 2 on and 1 away. That shadow starting to creep further and further over home plate. Going to make it trickier and trickier for batters as this one gets later into the night. 12 base hits for Indiana Tech. Fergie Ferg watches one miss low and away on a breaker 1-0. This is outside, 2-0. For Solar on the year, just 19 2/3 innings of work, 24 strikeouts to just 11 walks, so he doesn't give up a lot of free passes, nearly 11 strikeouts per 9 if you average it out, but can't find the zone here. He'll try to find it on the 2-0, and he can't. Fastball misses low and away, 3-0.
And I would imagine they're going to have a very short leash with him, as there is a lot of activity right now in the Racers bullpen.
Do have a righty warming up down that right field line. Ferguson 0 for 3. Also had that batter's interference his last time up. Looking to avenge himself. He'll have to wait one more pitch in there for a strike on the outside half, 3-1. Uno has thrown a lot of different pitchers in this ball game already. Almost seems like a bullpen kind of game, which is weird considering it is a championship. Payoff, right side. Watson went down and got it. Second, 1 first, and he does his job. Solar gets the double play, gets him out of the frame. Can't do much if they can't turn the bats on, though. Just 2 runs. It's been a while since we've seen this Uno lineup stifled the way they have been in this championship game. Bottom of the 8th, coming up next in a 6-2 lead for ITU on the AQ Sports Network. Northwestern Ohio with just 6 outs to play with in this one. And this frame starts off with one Seth Freeman as he whistles one into left on the first pitch he sees. First pitch, base knock, 3-hit performance for Seth Freeman as he stands on first here for Huff.
Just a weird game.
Cade Robinson, by the way, still in the ball game. 3 innings for him on the mound. Gives up a single to start off the frame here for Huff. Throw back over to first. Check Seth Freeman back. Again, we talked about this Uno team in that game against Aquinas, put up 9 runs in 1 inning. But the way Cade Robinson's working right now, that's a tall task. First pitch to Huff. This is low and away on a breaker 1-0. But you're right, Joey, in talking about it, you're almost kind of like on pins and needles waiting. And on the Indiana Tech side, you're just rolling with what's working. Cade Robinson is working right now. Again, checks Freeman back to first. Indiana Tech also has some activity in their pen as well. A righty warming up down that left field line. The 1-0. Caught on and missed. Jammed him. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Oh, yeah, that's the Submariner warming up for the Warriors.
Was able to close down that game earlier in the tournament. Their first game here at Cornerstone against Lawrence Tech. Huff fouls it off 1-2.
You also have to wonder how big is it right now that it's not Tukes here batting based on that 463 the last time up.
Huff, 76 ABs, did hit 408 as a freshman. Another check throw back to first base, 479 on base. No homers on the year, did have 5 doubles. And if he could find a gap here, it would certainly help. He's only struck out 4 times this year, 11-4 walk-to-strikeout ratio coming into this ballgame. Through 39 games and 76 ABs. Means he hasn't struck out in 72 of those. Robinson trying to add another, but misses upstairs with a breaker 2-2. And when you have freshmen going out there and contributing the way that Huff has, that's a scary prospect, but it only matters if he can get on here. Robinson nearly adds another K. Cade, or rather Tyler, just got a piece of it.
That's showing maturity there, being able to fight that one off, Nate. And you hit the nail on the head. Freshman getting this kind of experience already at the WHAC tournament bodes well for the program.
Makes you wonder where he might be playing next year. Joking. The 2-2. Down low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, who knows? Maybe UNO is kind of a launch pad program for some of these guys, and that's kind of where we've gotten in the college sphere. Transfer portal and everything else along those lines. But he's trying to win it for the Racers here today. The 3-2. He got under it. Robinson gets him to float one to center field. Rainey puts it away. 1 gone here for Eric Brown.
And we talked about, this. We've talked about it a few times. For the most part, we've seen a good job in the 2 games today with launch angles and stuff like that.
It looks like that'll be the day for Robinson. A great showing out of the pen. 3 1/3 innings of work. Didn't allow a run in that stretch of time. And now he gives way for the new pitcher. We'll tell you more about him when we come back. Man on, 1 away here in the bottom of the 8th. UNO down by 4 on the AQ Sports Network. One out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Uno down by 4, man on first. Eric Brown at the plate and a new pitcher into the game, looking to close this one out on home turf, you could say. The kid out of Rockford, Michigan, it's Colton Leatherman. Rockford just up the way as he misses low and in here to Brown. 1 ball and no strikes. Another JUCO product, Grand Rapids Community College. After playing his high school ball at Rockford. 1-0 to Brown. Fastball, outside edge, called a strike, 1-1. This year, though, the numbers have been stellar in that closing position. 171 the ERA, 5-1 the record. 37 punchies to just 13 walks. As Brown checks his swing on one that dives low and away. Did not go through on it. 2 balls and 1 strike. And again, Joey, it's just so hard to pick the ball up out of that arm slot. It is not an easy thing to do. As this one runs in and gets Brown. So a hit by pitch puts another base runner on. Here's Eric Impson with 2 on and 1 away.
And I know that was unintentional with where the count was, but you're playing with fire when you just give more base runners to this potent Uno offense.
A steady diet of lefties. Impson with 2 on. Watches strike 1. Beautiful comeback pitch on that breaking ball, 0-1. And one thing you could say about Leatherman, his numbers have only gotten better as his career has gone along here at Indiana Tech. 0-1. Golfs it foul, 0-2. Here for Eric Impson. 4.50 ERA a season to go. Just 12 innings pitched, but 12 runs in those 12 innings. 10 of them earned, 11 strikeouts, and 8 walks. So maybe changing a few things up with the delivery. He's been great. The 0-2. Ooh.
That looked pretty good.
They had him. The Tech faithful not happy about it. Can Impson make him pay? Shoots it left side. It's down over the head of McEldaney. Turning third, Freeman on his way home, and he's in. They decided to cut off the throw, and that might have just given him enough time to get the hand in. An RBI knock for Impson. And it's back to just a 3-run lead.
And I know that's really Thorpe's call. He should have yelled through, because I am convinced he was a sitting duck at the plate.
Uno has been overly aggressive in sending runners here today. We've already seen a tag out at home. They almost had another one there, but they didn't let it get through. Nolan Hull represents a potential game-tying run as he whiffs on a bunt, and it's no balls and 1 strike. And you don't want to let them get that positive vibe back in the building. That's where things can get interesting. The 0-1. Grounded left side, foul, 0-2.
Good job there by Ferguson over third base. He was not given any chance. Wait.
They have him played to the left. Defensive shift for ITU, 0-2. He struck him out. 3 pitches is what it takes to dispatch of Nolan Hull, and there's 2 down.
And that is Hammond over at third base. Hammond is now playing third base.
So Hammond at third. Again, he replaced Huerta. Huerta is still playing at second here for Indiana Tech. And maybe an attempt to try and confuse the other side with how much moving around they've done. Jake Watson to bat with 2 gone. Both runners bluff. This one up the middle, and it's backhanded there by Huerta. On to second, and that ends the frame. It's a bend but don't break kind of mentality right now for Indiana Tech. An RBI single for Uno, and makes it 6-3 as we go into the 9th inning. Last call for baseball when we come back here on the AQ Sports Network. Well, this has been a revolving door of pitchers here today for Uno. Another new one into the game. It's Aiden Nugent. We go into the ninth, 6-3 lead, Indiana Tech. It's his first pitch. Bounces low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Junior here for Northwestern Ohio. 5 appearances this season, just 6 1/3 innings of work. The 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. In that 6 1/3, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. 5 strikeouts, 4 walks. That ERA at 7.11. I'm not talking about the Slurpees. Fastball misses upstairs, 2-1. But Jordan Malott to lead it off, by the way. Luke Huerta, Colton Thorpe, 1, 2, and 3 here for Tech as they try to add some vital insurance runs. And the difficult part about this, Joey, is that anytime you leave it within 1 swing, that's when things can tend to get iffy. 3 runs, again, that's 1 swing territory, either to win it or tie it. 3-1. I thought.
The scoreboard was incorrect.
And now it's 3-2.
Nope.
And now it's ball 4. All right.
So maybe the scoreboard was correct. I thought it was 3-1 as well.
Malott doesn't want to walk. He wants to swing the bat. Man on first here for Luke Huerta. Huerta, 2 base hits, 2 runs scored. Offers bunt. Sends it right back to the mound. On first, 1 gone. And they are so good. They're so systematic with how they're able to do these things. I don't think I've seen a team bunt more than this Tech team, but to their credit, it's allowed them to get that early lead and pretty much coast past that point. Still have 3 outs to get in the bottom half, but the way their offense has been operating today, they're doing just fine. 12 hits in the ballgame. That one a sacrifice. Get Malott over to second. Here's Colton Thorpe, who made an unbelievable throw to third base just a little bit earlier in this ballgame. Takes a strike, 0-1.
Well, I tell you, Tim Johnson, the coach for Comstock Park, now a Hall of Fame baseball coach in the MHSAA, he always believed, he says, I can win a conference and make it to the state just by bunting and knowing how to defend a bunt.
Yep. It is amazing how much of a difference it makes, and I know that the game of baseball now is pretty much turned into power and launch angle and home runs and all those other things, but let's keep in mind that the little things still work, you know? Defense still wins. Knowing how to run the bases still wins. It's the simple science of this game that will get you a lot of victories, and especially in key spots, especially when you're talking about you need to win this one to have a true chance to go out and win consecutive tournament titles. 0-1 the count here to Colton Thorpe. 1 out, man on second. They lead by 3. Breaker outside. Good back pick. Feliciano wouldn't allow it to get to the backstop. 1-1.
Now, in these short tournaments with quick turnarounds and how many games you play, these bodies have just got to be beat up before you even get to the Nationals.
Right. Kicking the 1-1. 0 away, 2-1. And again, that raises the question of you know, what that situation might look like if they do have to play an extra game. If Tech is able to pull this one off, I imagine Tech would want to play it. But those conversations will have to be had. 2-1, rifles it, right field, and it stays up long enough to get down. Freeman picks it up and throws it back in. Jordan Malott over to third base. Colton Thorpe coming through with the bat yet again. A sacrifice. And also now a couple of knocks, including a run scored and an RBI. Garrett Rainey will take his cuts. 1 out and runners on the corners.
And you have to worry about your arms, the injury factor. There's so many things that would go into that.
Rainey watches it run away from him outside, 1 ball and no strikes. So it's not straight down the middle exactly what's going to happen. There is a little bit of that other stuff worked in there as well. Kicking the 1-0. Takes another one in the pellets, 2-0.
Oh. Yeah, he took
Took one in the pellets.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Took one in the pellets.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pain we can all relate to. 2-0. Into center. Malott trots home, and then it's misplayed in center by Hill. Up to second goes Garrett Rainey. A mental miscue in center. Hull couldn't get a glove on it, and Rainey with a single and then advances to second. Second and third with one gone. Here's Jaden Miller. Miller's already got a 3-run shot. Watch one miss outside, 1-0. Fielder's choice RBI, 4 RBIs, now 5 of them all told here today.
That's a big extra run in there.
He has been the stir that has mixed the drink for ITU. 1-0. And he feeds one through the middle of the infield. He's got a few yet. Thorpe scores. Rainey's home. Add 2 more to his total. That's 7 RBIs. That lead balloons to 6. It's 9-3. And when all is said and done, when they look back on this tournament, they're going to be realizing that Jaden Miller was probably the biggest reason why they got here. Still have to close it out, but it's looking good right now. Quinn Seafelt cuts on and misses 0-1. Now the 1-1. Beautiful breaker, low and away, swings and misses at it 1-2. They've come alive when they needed to. Bottom part of this lineup. Now all told, 7 RBIs between all of them. As this one's to the right side. Picked up there, Watson second, 1 on to first. It's a double play. But not before Indiana Tech's able to put up 3. 9-3 as we go into the 9th. No longer within puncher's distance. UNO's going to need a monster rally to come back in this one. Indiana Tech 3 outs away from forcing a decisive Game 2 of this championship final right here on the AQ Sports Network. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Indiana Tech 3 outs away from forcing a decisive Game 2. Nate Wangler alongside Joey Sutherlin. Colton Leatherman back on the rubber here for Indiana Tech. And it looks like a pinch hitter into the game here for the Racers. Josh Lagarde, the Aussie, assumes his position at the plate. First pitch. And he gets it off the hands. Pop up in the middle of the field. Huerta pulls it in. And a quick trip to the plate. Lagarde pops out, 1 gone here for Otero. And Tech's ability to fight back into games, close out late games, and avenge things. Really important. But, Joey, you're a little uneasy over here to my right. You realize what it is this UNO team is capable of. Otero misses, or rather watches one miss inside 1-0.
Indeed. They twice with 1 out or 2 outs have batted around in this tournament. You just can't count them out till the final out.
Leatherman gets strike 1 on that foul ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. And to your point, they do have a pitcher up and warming down that left field line. And despite how good Leatherman has been this season, you're right, Joey, it's not a guarantee. It has to start here with Otero. 1-1. Runs outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Otero does have a solo bomb in this game today, 2 hits all told. He's been on base 3 times. 2-1. Outside, 3-1.
But I got to believe Indiana Tech still feels a lot better with those 3 add-on runs in the top half.
The 2-1. Fouls it off, 2-2. And you're right, that feels like it made all the difference in the world. And for Leatherman, too, you talk about the confidence and having your offense pick you up there. Gave up a run in the last half, trying to shut things down here. As he nearly shuts down Otero. He lives to see another pitch. It's 2-2.
And now we're working to get confirmation, Nate, but it appears we are not going to be playing here or at Rockford for the playback game.
2-2. Or rather 3-2. Outside ball 4. Otero draws the free pass. So a walk will put him on base here for Noah Matheson. So that is something we were talking about during the break. It will not be played here. So again, when, where, all of that is yet to be decided. Again, if ITU can close it out.
And for all that information, be sure to check out the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference.
Matheson through the right side of the infield. Otero turns second. He's into third. And here come the Racers. Not quite yet. They still have a ton of work to do, but a walk and a single will bring in Seth Freeman, who, by the way, has a 3-hit game in this ballgame. But now how big are those 3 runs looking in that last half? They're massive. He would have been the game-tying run, but they're going to need a lot more where that came from. Not easy against someone like Colton Leatherman the first pitch. Breaking ball, and he got away with it. Fouls it back. Freeman, eyes lit up.
I honestly, on that one, Nate, think he was trying to go the other way with it, with that big hole between first and second.
No balls, 1 strike. Leatherman's 0-1. Fouls it off again, 0-2.
And here's where Leatherman's at his most dangerous. He gets ahead 0-2 right away. Now he can throw his 2. He really only has 2 pitches he throws, but when he can fool you with the eye level.
0-1. High to center field. It'll probably be deep enough. Rainey watches it in. Otero breaking for the plate. The throw there. Not quite in time. Almost got it there in time. An F8 sacrifice, but UNO down to their final out here today. It's 9-4. UNO down to their final out. Here today, it's Huff at the dish. Tyler Huff, the freshman, the last chance. First pitch. Up the middle, into center.
They just will not go down easy.
So a single from Matheson. Now Huff adds a single. And again, not in bloop and a blast territory. Still have 5 to make up. Eric Brown steps in. He takes one up high, 1-0.
I did just get confirmation from the commissioner from the WHAC that it will be Monday at 1 o'clock at UNO.
So Monday at 1. On the road at Northwestern Ohio. Outside part of the plate, called a strike. And watch the Racers eat our words. Again, we keep talking about this, but in the name of superstitions, you never know. The 1-1. Bounces low and in, 2-1. Brown 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. The 2-1. Fouls it off, evens it up at 2-2. Eric Impson rating right behind him, but Uno finds themselves down to their final strike here today. Get Indiana Tech, force a decisive game 2. Leatherman's 2-2. Outside 3-2. And on paper, this was a game that Uno, a lot of people thought would win. Just 2 losses in conference and regular season. Undefeated to this point. Leatherman trying to set him down. Outside, ball 4. Around and around we go. A walk, now Eric Impson. And if he can play to run, then we're back within that area we were talking about. Joey, puncher's distance. Impson in this ball game's been good in his last 2 ABs. A single and another RBI knock. First pitch to him. Misses outside, 1-0.
And all of a sudden, he appears to have lost some of that control that he had earlier to start.
Is getting balls on the ground. Northwestern Ohio's just done a good job finding the gaps as he misses away, 2-0. Nolan Hull waiting behind him, Jake Watson. They can go to someone on their bench if they would elect to. Outside, 3-0. Leatherman trying to backdoor him, can't get it there. Big pitch coming up. Looks like they do have a pinch hitter. Upstairs, ball 4. Matheson comes home. They're still loaded with 2 away.
It's like one of those Duracell commercials. Still going. Nothing outlasts Uno.
Fillinger will be the one to bat. Tyler Fillinger. Fillinger, that is. Here with 2 away in this 9th inning. There's been 2 away for the last 3 hitters. And somehow they found a way to make it work as Colton Leatherman will see his day come to an end. 2 outs. Game is tied, or rather, the game is 9-5 in favor of ITU. But Uno trying to make a bid. We'll be right back. AQ Sports Network. Danny May, the new pitcher into the game for Indiana Tech. Things just got a whole lot more interesting. 9-5, bases loaded. Pinch hitter into the game. As he gives one a lift to center field. Is this it? Rainey pulls it in. And on one pitch, Indiana Tech able to shut it down. Danny May induces the flyout. And they force a decisive Game 2 on the road in Ohio at 1 o'clock on Monday. With the odds stacked against them, this Tech team found a way and now have an opportunity to win consecutive WHAC tournament championships. 9-5, our final. We'll set it aside for a moment, bring you right back, give you our final look at our post-game stats and figures as we get ready for the decisive game coming up on Monday between these two, right here on the AQ Sports Network. Welcome back in. Final score 9-5. Indiana Tech does force a decisive Game 2 with a victory here in this one. And, you know, when we look back at that last game, Grant Besser was our player of the game. Obviously, complete game shutout with 11 strikeouts. And this one here today, Joey, it has to be one Jaden Miller. Just a torrid start to the day, hitting 3 for 4 with an RBI. And then that only continued in this game. He had, count it, 6 RBIs in this game alone, 7 of them between 2 games today. He was the table setter. He was the one doing damage, and he's one of the biggest reasons why they're marching to this decisive Game 2 coming up on Monday.
And if whether they win or lose on Monday, and if they have a good run at the NAIA tournament, we just can't keep hitting the same point over and over again. Indiana Tech is solid from top to bottom, and when you got the number 8 hitter who is coming through as clutch as he did, you know you're in every game. And you just got to tip your cap to them. I don't think there was anybody other than Indiana Tech fans who thought that even as early as this morning that this was going to be anything other than UNOH and a cakewalk.
It was going to be a dogfight, and they made it one in order to win it here today. Well, that wraps up our coverage of the 2025 Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference Baseball Tournament. Again, a huge thank you to anyone who joined us, Cornerstone Sports Network, here on the AQ Sports Network. Anybody who watched these live streams this week, it is a pleasure and an honor to be able to bring this to you. And we hope that you enjoy that game coming up on Monday and whatever happens beyond that. Again, both of these two teams will be playing in Idaho at the end of the day in search of a national championship. But until we get the opportunity to talk to you guys next time, again, one last time, 9-5, our final score, Indiana Tech with a chance to make it consecutive WHAC tournament championships coming up on Monday. And until we talk to you guys next time, so long, everybody.